Hey people, Theo here, and we are back with Citizen Sleeper. There it is. Okay. Yeah. It seems like today we're going to finish it, mostly. Like, I technically could, I think, I would be able to finish it if I just wanted to, in like, the next 3 to 4 cycles, I would be able to just finish it outright. But let's actually explore it. I'm pretty sure I'm finishing up then today. So, yeah. This. I still think the game is a bit too loud. Let me actually lower it. Even more. Nah, return back to what it was. Okay, we just slept. What were we doing? I could continue with this. I think I could go for this. Let's just max it out. But we have a few other things to do, right? Build a home. Yes, for that I need scrap. Disable a tracker. Help Thing chases leads. We can also do that. Greenway, we already got there. Ashton. Right. I would kinda like to go find him. What I think I'll focus on is... Oh right, this is finished. We can also go with Sabine. I don't think I need to do anything more here. Right, for this I need to harden agent. I still have like 2 that I need. Yeah, let's do one of these. Immediately. Okay. Add an ancient port. Add an ancient port. This provide Fang with the ability to rip any data he logs from the Hardy network. There we go. That's one. Yep. And this. Starting the report means a whole load of data on Hardy's activities to Fang. Okay. Let's go with Fang. As you walk into the tambour, you quickly spot Fang arguing with Jaina. Keep your distance. It doesn't look good. Fang seems to be explaining something, but Jaina is having none of it. She points to the door and Fang walks away, catching your eye as he turns. Could have done without you getting here. With you getting here a minute or so ago. He glances back to Jaina. Well, either way, it looks like I'm fired. Good news is that it doesn't look like I need the job anyway. He takes out his slate cushion, pulsing with pain and light. Now, let's take a look at what you are really here for. The slate is a whirring mess of code streams, coming direct from the Ripper worms as they dig through the ages data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Anything good? Fang scrolls the display with his finger. A lot of junk, a lot of dull as well message threads, a lot of tedious data caches, but Fang's eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it. Check this out. Fang shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway, Fang says. He's working with Conway. Conway Extractions, right? Fang nods. He's been speaking with them personally, got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn it. This is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait. What's this? A wasteland reclamation facility, right here on the eye. He glances at you. What's the bet? This place is tucked into the waste. Go ahead, set up there. I'm guessing so. Got themselves set up in the waste. Back before the collapse, people would have got there by going down the connected spoke from the hub. But that spoke's broken now, so the only way is the long way, around the rim, past the green way. He shows you on a slate. Fang looks away thinking. Conway have been making moves on this system since the collapse. I heard they took over one of Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago, moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock. What's their angle? Hardin has to be offering them something. Fang looks back at the screen, but if Hardin is involved in it, then we need to check it out. Simple as that. So what's next? Fang stares out into the middle distance. We have to get to that facility. The answer is whatever Hardin has been prepping, been planning, has to be there, and we are going to catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and then I'll see you on the Greenway. I seem to remember there's some old service dogs on the other shell up by the HIPAA building. Should be a good place to meet. Fang squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this. I haven't forgotten about the track of yours either, but I'm going to need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. He turns the slide around to face you, showing a mass of scrolling code. I've been working on a fix in my brakes. He winks. Fang grins. See you soon, Sleeper, and he walks out the door of the tambour without looking back. Okay. Hey, upgrade point. Oh, still not enough to actually upgrade anything. Sorry. Sneeze. Yeah, we'll need to wait a bit. I'm probably going to get scrap components. We'll see. Okay, let's go to Sabine. 4 cycles, Sabine said, and here you are, right on time, with no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins onward. And they should be here. Check the terminal, check the door, wait. Check the terminal. You check and double the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing, just a pale glow. Silence. Check the door. You pace back and forth around the apartment, the rumbling of the station suddenly so present and loud. You go to the door and open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. Wait. You try to slow down to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out at the tiny room. Where the hell are they? I knock at the door. Stay still. Open it. Open it. A figure stands at the door and immediately you know it is not Sabine. They are taller, sharper, and something in their face glints in the half-light. A dark shape, like a stubby baton, hangs loosely from her hand. A loyal yet again lieutenant, Ravia. This is great. Our local sleeper, good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with steady and unwavering stare. Waiting for a friend? Nothing. Stay silent. Waiting for a friend? Of course, a mutual friend of ours, the good doctor. She walks past you to the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. She glances at you, and I suppose you are here to help? No, where are they? Something like that. No. I'm just here for stabilizers. Why can I not say that? Why can I not lie? I'm just here for stabilizers, dude. I'm breaking down. I need them. Otherwise, I'm going to die. That's what I'm here. Where are they? I was hoping you'd be able to help with that. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye, which means they are in a little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for, so I thought you'd come down here. I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole, and here you are, the help. She looks through the detritus on the side. And what help, a sleeper no less, which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners, S.T.A.L.K.E.R. Ah, so I was... Why did it switch to this? So I was a bit wrong. I thought that she might have been a sleeper that, like, somehow got a new body. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rebaya looks away, waiting for a response. Prove it. Happily, she crosses into the next room and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark, then the terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of the files, you see S.N.R. letterheads and code forms, reports laden with medical data, marked with a corporate logo like the sigil of some cult. Rebaya steps away from the terminal. Look all you want, some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an S.N.R. employee, why did they help you? Rebaya reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light. It's viscous, clear liquid, crystalline within the glass. We will of course keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines, even without a doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment, you have the urge to crush this object for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rebaya closes up the briefcase lab and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Rebaya turns on her way out. There is no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body, to reveal the tiredness beneath. Another upgrade point. Okay. For now, I'm probably going to... I won't engage to go to +2. You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna say yeah, because there's quite a lot of stuff with engage that I can do. Like here I can do engage. Over here, which is a bit of cryo, obviously. We can do another one over here, which is a bit more cryo. Also with good service. And I'm pretty sure the one up above over here is also engaged, right? Interface and engage. Yep. So I'm gonna say engage is probably the best right now to get it to +2. Oh, it requires 3 points. Okay, we'll wait then. Alright, so what I wanted to do was these two are done, so I'm gonna cross over. Service dock. Waiting for Fang. Why is it that you always have to wait for Fang? When is he going to be the one waiting for you? This is it, right? Yeah, Chuck and Ashton. Let's guarantee a success. +3, okay. Scrap component. Try it out at least. And one more, I can have a better house. Alright, we need to buy a bit of money. Money? Food. Sustenance. Why stabilizer? 64? That is quite a bit cheaper. The shore now runs a dispensary out of the block. He eyes you as you approach. There's no silence to be. Oh, no. Let's go take this. Okay. Sleep. We don't need to use the stabilizer yet. Ah. Some good rolls. Nice. Okay. So. Let's go search for the guy. Nice, this is done. Nikita. Okay. The trailhead extends deep into an overgrown section of the greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the waste, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running out from its broken tanks like a frozen, brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding, you are pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath the collapsed superstructure. You roll the comm headset Ankita gave you in your palm. Call her. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzles with static. After a few moments you hear Ankita. Sleeper, have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he's here? There. Yeah. Copy. Hold tight until I get that. Static cuts out, the channel's dead. You hold your position and watch the trail. Head the star's wheel with the motion of the eye, and your mind wanders. You try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of crops, corporate pleasure gardens, growing farm stacks. Now it is a wilderness, a strange overgrown biosphere bordered by the void of space. You smile. Despite everything, it seems like an improvement. Sleeper, Ankita, his brings you out of your view. In the collapsed stack, I think so. She gives you a look. You better be right. Well, there's no way I'm following that trail. If he's up there, he'll have eyes on that for sure. She glances across the landscape. Let's keep to the undergrowth, work our way around. She heads off towards the central spine of the greenway, with you following close behind. It is slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. Ankita somehow seems to know where to go. Ankita walks away through dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting and you desperately want to rest, but Ankita shows no signs of letting up. Up ahead, there is a faint glow from the collapsed stack. Ankita leads you around the side to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up the slanted tank, Ankita setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. Ankita reaches the edge of the tank, where it meets the central drum, and holds up a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern, the plants growing on all sides, and wet mossy islands at its base. It is beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tons of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They are surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, there is an object, a cylinder set on a tarp. It is connected to the sleeper's hand. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They are twisted, broken open. Wrong. You look away. Ankita doesn't look at you. She doesn't look at the sleeper. She fixes eyes on the object. That's Ember's ship mind, she says, and you suddenly recognize the cylinder. Wait, what? You turn to Ankita to speak, but she's already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting out a hiss as it absorbs the impact. The shot hits a shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Shit, you hear the shot from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Ankita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here or I'll rip this right out of their head. She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. Huh. Stop. Quiet, sleeper. Ankita shouts. A shot reaches the moss beside you, filling your vision with green. The shooter must be somewhere on the other side of the tank. Do that again and I swear to God I'll tear their head off. Ankita shouts at them. Sleeper, you stay down. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out. I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid for God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shadow and water, a rifle raised above his head. Disgraced mercenary. Oh, I understand now. Drop the gun, Ankita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko? She stands, keeping a sidearm trained on his head. You ripped my ship mind for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. Steady, Ankita, it isn't like that. I needed the ship mind, you have to understand. They would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mind. Why you ripped my ship mind and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Ankita, no curiosity. Ashton smiles sharply. That's why I never asked for it, for your help. You only look for yourself. Look after yourself. He nods at you. The sleeper up there, they are just bait, right? To draw me out. Ankita sucks a breath in. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Ankita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I love them and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton. Ankita snarls. Don't do that. Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way. You just closer, please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. Ankita hardens a stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm going to trust you after all that? I need it, Ankita. I need him to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. I'm going to take them now, Ankita. He raises a hand. I'm going to take the ship mind and go. Ankita looses her grip on the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers her gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop the guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There's no sign of life, of humanity. They are just another broken object among other broken objects, while all around living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you are already gone. What? Ankita wants you to help her locate the crew member who betrayed her, Ashton KD. Talk to Ankita about what happened. Where can I talk to her? Because I can't talk to her here. Of course. There we go. Okay. The deck described its shattered interior. It's hard to imagine this place is home, but it can be worse than a container. Seal unit. With all the materials, the unit now needs sealing section by section to be usable. It is a laborious task, but the outcome is worth it. Makeshift apartment. Once this place is sealed, it will be livable, maybe even comfortable. A place to call your own. Yeah, in a bit. Come on. It doesn't say where I can talk to her. I need to make a bit more money. Let's continue this. Alright. We need a bit more food. Sleep. Still don't know where she is. They're also kind of shit though. There she is. Damn GRIS. Damage cutter. Okay, this way. Amber is docked here at the rickety old jetty, but she's sealed up. A note says, "Sleepers, stay. I'll be ready soon." I think we may suffer. The greenway is locked down. Shrouded in a dark cloud of shifting currents. What is happening here? Gloomy cipher and unknown. The cloud in the data ghost of the eye. The greenway roils beneath you like a silt-choked river. If what the navigator said was true, then no one has accessed these networks since the collapse. The hunter and killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligences and the systems. So why then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has set in? The entropy of systems reducing everything to shadows and light. You watch as the slotted cipher fizzles in the one open, distorted gateway on this entire rim of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you are falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You are spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the greenway was hiding in the darkness. It is made of darkness. It is filled by the substance, the process, the swarm. Now you're among it. You notice that a swarm is exactly what it is, a billion individuals moving in a flow. There's no network map here, no nodes and threads, only a storm of interchangeable points, shifting configuration endlessly. And then you see them, a figure turned away, the only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. They are facing away, at least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown, that it is so hard to tell. Even from this distance, you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. The gardener. Ingrown farm administrator. You watch, silent, as they stoop and reach down. In their hand is a dark sphere. No shape. And with twisted fingers, they press it down into the loam of data beneath them, pushing through this trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process, as if they were sowing a field. You push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon with something inside. You reach down and pick it up. It is cold, but it thrums with energy. You look toward the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves and the dappled light of the greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. Interesting. That's also weird. Go up to the navigator. I'm not able to talk to them. Not right now, at least. Okay. Find a nurturing growth bed or seed. Maybe here? Or the growth beds? Yeah. As a sword and the stags, they reward patience, not just effort. As you finish, the canteen workers bring out food from the cycle. Oh, nice. So it gives you a bit of food as well. You try to discover it. Join the F.E.A.R commune. The F.E.A.R commune meets the needs of its members in exchange for work. Could you find a home here? Volunteer at the commune. Doesn't give me money though. Garden seed. A seed. You need to find somewhere safe to plant this gift. +1 energy. Okay. Yet again, agent. Need one more. Let's use it. Complete active scenes. I have something active. Ah, Rabaya. As you approach the address Rabaya gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength their implants give her. As you turn to see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabaya and Toshiro glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. Jaya, please, the sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rubaya's command, the hand immediately loosens, and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Rubaya. Sorry. Rubaya weaves her away. Don't you worry. I appreciate your protective instincts. She smiles at the Enforcer. How about you head to the Tambor? They have a delivery coming, and they'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. Her arm is a bit different, right? Or am I the only one? So, Sleeper, you came, I'm glad. It didn't feel like an offer. I was curious. Curious is good. She smiles a tight smile. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on the station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. Not yet. She laughs. I like your sense of humor, but let me ask you a serious question for a moment. Rubaya begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways of the low end. What do you know about Yargan? Yargang, you're on the low end. Nothing. You're on the low end. She laughs. That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end. Yes, we don't run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. When was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye, a policeman, who makes the laws here? Ellen did. Indeed, you understand the history then. That is good. Erlin is long dead, Sleeper, and his rules were little more than an Optimus manifesto. The Eye has changed so much since then. If you had spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinion would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erlin's time. They didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No, the low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. Rubaya meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here on the station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned, the moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlin, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone, but many within his organization disagreed, and those new rivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rubaya leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. Erlin's union was made of workers, administrators, people who are malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yadigan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future. To provide security, strength, people cause gang, but we are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from my birth I have worked to earn it. Rubaya catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while. Among the smells and textures of the low end, you start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Why do I come into this? Rubaya smiles to herself and thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refuge, so I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. I'll be honest with you, Sleeper, I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of the Yadigan. An ex-corporate employee, it goes against our nature. But their deal was in the attic. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, took the supply, that was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yadigan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We offer and ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. They were trapped, desperate. Who is Yannick? They were trapped, desperate. Many on the IR, Sleeper. I'm sorry, but we must ask that our debts are paid in full. Sabine found something. Please, I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to escape their debt. They would have said anything. But where are they now? Stand behind their claims. I will find them. As will we. You realize that Rabaya has led you in a loop, and together you both came back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You are free to go, Sleeper. I have said what I wish to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life, as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you do wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and there will be things for you to complete. Tasks for you to complete. What am I doing? You'll be able to see Yatagan, to see the low end, with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabaya leaves, slipping back into her office, while you stare out at countless units, each a home, each with a story, that make up the low end. There we go, now we can go sleep. New drive. Work for Rabaya. Rabaya wants you to be part of Yatagan. Could they help you settle on the eye? Finally, I can sleep. Okay. Some pretty good rolls. Okay, seal the unit. Positive. Hell yeah. Okay. Rabaya's office. What can we do? Collect ties, patrol the ward, engage into it. Energy. Scrap components condition. Collect ties. Yatagan operates on an in-kind basis. You are told, and ties of goods or services must be collected in exchange for protection and administration. Yatagan Insider. How do you feel about Yatagan? It seems working with Rabaya is your best chance to get an insight into the organization. Patrol the ward. Yatagan perform many roles, from protection to logistics, and everything in between. You never know what you may have to face on a patrol. Positive. 3 energy and Yatagan Insider. Hell yeah. Okay, let's go to growth bed. But I didn't get any food or anything. So this, there we go. And for money. For money, we'll do this. Negative. Minus energy, but crypto. Okay. We still have enough energy at least. Cycle. Alright. Some pretty bad rolls. Okay. Let's go talk to Ankita. Spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale, her hair is tangled, and clumps of dirt cling to her armor. You both eye each other. Sleeper, she takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. I truly am. She looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this, when all you have shown me is kindness. She rubs her face. I'm sorry. But that Sleeper, that just has the four. I'm sorry. She looks up and away, not with your eye. It's okay. She nods and she looks up to the stars. I've never... She stops herself. Thank you. Kita shifts the weight of the box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look, she signs. Can you come with me? It's easier if... Lay down. Kita leads on down the dirt path between the pillars. There's a wind passing through the greenway, a quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. You try not to think of the last time you were here. You have been trying not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper, sprawled, twisted open, connected to the ship mind, has been hard to forget. You realize Ankita is leaning back there, back into the drum at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little. At the threshold, she returns. What are you doing? She looks up at you. She looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand on the threshold and look up at the tanks, green and wet, some glowing with flickering grow lamps. You look down at Ankita, suddenly so small under this hunking ruin, the smallest she has ever looked. She presses the box down. You follow Ankita into the stack through a low tank, entering the drum at ground level. It is just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the apertures of the tanks for the glint of a weapon, or a shadow among the moss. Ankita stops and you look down. Mossy Island at the center of the tank is clear now. The equipment cleared away. In its place is a mound of dirt, loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. I buried them together, Ankita says without turning. You both stand there in a silence for a little while. You think of questions you could ask about Ashton, about the sleeper. Was the sleeper dead? How long did you know him? Stay silent. She takes a moment to respond, and for a moment you think she won't. But then the words come gushing out. He sat down a while ago. He used to run recon for a corporate outfit, but he got sick of the pay. He joined the crew as a sniper, and the first few jobs were a breeze. He was so cold, disconnected. He always hit his marks. The last few jobs, though, it was different. I noticed that. We had a period of extended shore leave on the Eye, and when he came back, he was changed. I assumed he'd just had too much time off. He was right. I never would have given him the ship line. I wouldn't have believed him. I've had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are. This is how we die. Alone. She stops, not sure of what to add. It seems like she's reaching for something, but she can't quite get there. You feel the gap between you. As you do, it widens. The water drips. The moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it, life creeping back in, the silence ending. Ankita shifts her weight and then stands to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to be back out in the open space of the greenway, to be away from this place forever. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves and the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Ankita, from somewhere behind you. You think of something to say but can't. Ankita puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo shits into your hands. It's what I owe. She looks at you desperately. You look down at the metal bars, ugly little things, you think. You take the chits and turn without saying a word. You continue up the track, and she does not follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up, and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. The chits are heavy in your pockets, and you hate them for reminding you of how little a life is worth. 200 chits. You find an old crewmate at the edge of the rim. 38% people did this. You know what? Instant karma. Yeah. Now, I kind of want the engage upgrade. This is an endure, this is an engage. Ah, let's go the engage upgrade. Okay. Park Thrill Seeker Energy. Communist noun. Someone who joins a commune. Communist. We are communist, chat. Yeah. Oh. Commune sleeping quarters. I can sleep here. Okay. Rico. Commune botanist. You head down into the Haifa compound, following a blue painted line that is labeled laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what about. Rico, head of the Haifa botany. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass-roofed chamber, where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at the lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says and beckons you closer. Where's this place? Here? These were processing centers for the agriculture of the old corporate station. She offers you a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at F.E.A.R. Botany program? Yes, the plants in the Greenway are vital to F.E.A.R's continuing existence. It's important we understand them. Shifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spore stands inside. F.E.A.R lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, feed each other, and work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the old grove, is a kind of miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they are abandoned? They die. Eventually, yes, they cannot live without intervention. She leads you left at a crossroads, but here they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no, they thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they were taking control of this place. Rico continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into the network of microbial reclamation systems, but the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, Greenway should have gone with it. Elin himself was so convinced that it was that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system, a small-scale agriculture systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet, here we are, among growth, decay, biosphere, flourishing. When F.E.A.R came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch, but we found the jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet too, a rarity on the eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. Ow. That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways, the system has stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks close to the gap, who who need input to support a meager output. This place runs itself. Perhaps Soldheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plans or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some unfortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Aren't you the botanist? Astutely noticed, but I don't need a botanist. Rico sits on a railing. These halls run deep, sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this, it's to be found in the grooves deep in the greenway. Pripyat won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings, I know that much, and you can speak to the eye, uncover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help us stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in a lab and study them. The deeper they are found, the better. We'll try. Thank you, she smiles, and thank you for listening. Riku leads you back out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here for a long time, and few come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, sleeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made, and you follow the blue line back up to the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible magical green. Well, you tried. Help Rico's experiments. Botanist Rico wants to help her understand the closed ecosystem of the Greenway. Left spores for Rico. F.E.A.R. Labs. There were spores. Rico's asked for samples of spores from the deep grooves of the Greenway. With them, she might better understand how this biosphere functions. Spore study, read 3. Rico needs spores to study the strangely resilient biosphere that has formed around the Greenway. How is this place thriving? Work assignment, energy. Commune members are expected to turn up for work assignment, and in return their needs will be met. All are treated equally. Where can I get the spores? Is it over here? Oh, I have another upgrade. Well, we need to wait a bit more. Also, I need to do this, right? Yeah. Control. Okay. Oh, it did contribute. Okay. Some okay rolls. Okay. scrap and hit again inside. Also energy. Hmm. Okay. Farm stacks. Alright. Bar food. The farm collector who controls the stacks still like to sell the food piecemeal, but for the right price they'll let it go. Steal the harvest. +5 energy. That's one condition. There's lots of food here. Why should these farmers keep to themselves? If you can do it quickly, they might not even notice it's gone. Thief. You get caught stealing, there's no way you'll be able to work in the stacks. It's as simple as that. Work the stacks. Some farm stacks from the old station have survived, and farmers that work them are always looking for new workers. They pay by yield. Mushroom grows. Collect spores. Oh, that's where you can do it. 2 growth spores, -2 energy. While the gross mushrooms are dangerously inconsistent, spores provide a chance to gather or supply these species in an untouched form. Forage for fungus. The fungus that grow in deep growths of the greenway are typically avoided, but those with sharp eyes might find useful fruiting bodies. We have a 6, okay. Bang. When you enter the service dock, Bang is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He is leaning over a terminal, bathed in a blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out not everyone in Heavenage is set against me. A couple of my old systems pals managed to ship me some of my old gear. He gestures at the pile of Blink hardware. Nice kid. Bang does a mock bow. What are we looking at? Any updates? Bang beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the waste on his terminal, with heat maps of activity overlaid. A chunk of the derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does this look like wasteland to you? Feng shakes his head. There's hundreds of Conway machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars, and a whole underground facility to support them. Howden has got a crew out there, putting them together. They must have shipped them in piece by piece through the shipyard, ready for assembly out here. Why? They are planning something. No one needs hundreds of heavy-duty reclamation drones to run this kind of operation. Maybe Hardin masked this whole thing as an effort to clean up the waste, but there's no way this is about pulling scraps of the eye. Bang looks worried. And why is Conway in the mix? I bet no one in Heavenage knows another corporation is setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I could get. The wastes are cut off from the eye's cloud of networks, and the Greenway is a total dark zone. No data can come in or out. Give me a sec. I'm back. Sorry about that. Just was talking to my brother about buying a battery for my scooter. Because last year I had trouble with it not starting after I drove somewhere. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure if it's the battery being bad or if maybe it's the accumulator that is not working. Does that scooter even have an accumulator? I don't actually know now that I think about it. I would have to look that up. But battery either way. Okay, back to this. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The wastes are cut off from the eyes, call networks. Yeah, no data can come in around. Yeah, we can't hack them. I can try. No use. You need to enter the cloud, and here there's no cloud to speak of. He turns and winks. That's when I'm gonna pay them a visit. Too risky. You forget, Hemorrhage came in and out of them there come in and out of there all cycle. I should be able to get in as long as no one I know sees me. He grimmaces playfully. But I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I can get inside, I can open up nodes in their network and can work in tandem. It's a massive facility buried deep down there, miles of corridor and ventways wrapped around cargo bays and hangars, but it'll take more than a few cycles to walk through it. But as long as you can keep them off my back, I know I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of ripple worms from his pocket and hands them to you. These are the last of my little helpers I managed to salvage, so make them count. I modified them slightly this time and they'll feed their data threads back into the system that they are tunneled into, creating a nasty little feedback loop. We run it just like we did with the agents. Hack the nodes, I ping to locate the ports for the security system, then slot the worms in those systems and let them go to town. He points to a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility on the terminal. Here's the entryway. This is where you can get access and slot the first worm. They'll fry the preliminary systems and get me past the first corridor. What I need from you is to keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. You see me pop up a security system, a server bank you need to break in and slot a ripper to, disable it as soon as you can. Okay. You see me pop up a security system, a server bank you need to break in and slot a ripper to disable it as soon as you can. If I can't, then gives you a hard look. You miss the system, you wait too long, they're gonna find me. Simple as that. Claps you on the shoulder. I need you focused on this one. So I'm going to let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until you slot the first form. Well, I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal here, so come back here if you want to see my progress. Okay, he officially pats the top of the screen. Got it. Don't worry, you can run rings around the protocols. I've seen it. Bang gets up. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations, then slot that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long. I'm getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing, no matter what. He crouches next to the terminal. We can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing. Remember that. He stands up. Oh, and one last thing. He lowers his voice. If I get caught, or you can't reach me, or we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. What? You take whatever I managed to pull at that point, all that data, and you slot that stuff straight into the relay I've set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I repurposed the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put into it. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or a server on the eye will see it. That means Heavenage, Yetagan, the hub, everyone. No matter what, Harding is sneaking away this time, he grins. I've got a bit more to do here, but the moment he slot that first worm, I'll make my move. He gives you a parting smile and turns back to the terminal. The nerves hit you as you make your way out of the service dock. Time to prepare yourself. No. Right, so I need to explore this place a bit more. No? No. New track discovered. What is this time? Enter the greenway. Grow mushrooms. The area would be the perfect place to grow mushrooms. But some work that is. Local garden. Clear old growth. Once a corporate garden for impressing guests with gene-tweaked birds, and this chamber is a mess of overgrowth. You can change that. Just endure sunlight refuge. Cut away the choking vines, stop the rot, and this place can be turned back into a garden of sorts. One-way access? That's the place where I need to go, right? So the first one will Fang access. Yep. The woman tunnels in and starts looping. Data through the node. The convoy facility opens up to you. Godspeed, Fang. The cloud. As you slot the worm, a thread jumps out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like in water. The data ghost of the eye. Sleeper, Fang's voice cracks through, moving in. Nodes then ports. A wheel of interference. Slot worms. Time starts now. Stay safe. The threat dissipates. You are on your own now. 3 or a 2. We have a 2. The node is linked to the outer security layer. Fang must be struggling to get through. The first layer of security, a ring of doors around a certain central facility. Time to open it up. Thanks progress, layer unlocked. Layers unlocked. Okay. 2 other. Can check over here. Huh. Okay. I still have a lot of things to do. Rick is grateful for the contribution. Ah, come on. Rick was grateful for the contribution. Sleeper, you warm my heart with each delivery. Thank you. And some energy. Okay. Sleep. Those are kind of iffy. Okay, great. At least the debt is cleared. They are never going to release my debt. The shits. Ethan kicks at a locker and the sound rattles loudly around the room. Ethan paces around the small room, swearing to himself. You watch him from the locker room bench. Calm down, they'll do it. Why not? Why not? He spits on the floor, an old habit. They like having sniveling little shits like us to work their club. Saves on the overheads and they get to boss us around. He kicks the locker again and swears. What did they say? What do we do? What did they say? Some shit about getting back to me. I swear to God, these are the most straight-edged gangsters I've ever seen. He laughs at his own joke. I can't do it. I can't spend another shift stopping spaces, bringing nail guns into the club, or pouring endless shots of parole for ignorant Havenage work rules. He looks at the locker again, threatening with a final kick. I mean it. I'm going to go up there and shoot every single one of those shits. He makes a finger gun. Hold on. Hold on. Don't get all excited. I haven't got my gun, remember? He starts panicking. But, you know, Sleeper, it's not a bad idea you have there. It's a terrible idea. But is it though? He gives you a look. I don't mean shooting out the place. I mean getting the gun. He sits beside you on the bench. Think about it. What am I supposed to do when Mavic gets here? Shut him down. I need the gun. If you want me to keep up my end of the deal. It's simple. An explosive personality for a distraction at the front. He puts his hand on his own chest. A sneaky sleeper to go into the back. He pats your chest. It's stupid. What about the dead? We've done our time, and the wounds, they've faded. If they don't notice us take the gun, they'll never know it's gone. Plus, he stands up. After my distraction, they'll be happy to see the back of me. Or they want you dead even more. Either works. At least I never have to see the inside of the shithole again. He gives the locker one last kick. For good luck. Let me know when you want to do this. Then we both move as one. And meet up in the bright market after. But don't take too long, or I really will shoot this place up, he grins. You know I'll do it. Grab the gun. Engage danger 2. I guess we can do it. Plus the outcome, grab the gun, and I got energy from Thrill Seeker. Compressor. Gothic Bright Market Club. The gun tucked safely into your pocket, you work your way down the stairs and that lead up to the office. The doorman passes and you exchange nods. It seems like you are in the clear. You hurry on, eager to get out before anyone spots anything. As you come down the main stairway into the front of the club, you see Ethan entering. He has a dark look in his eyes which troubles you. He is reaching into the pocket of his coat, slowly, carefully. You catch his eye and he raises an eyebrow. You shake your head. A long pause, then he nods and turns around. Walking back out of the club, you exhale, not realizing you are holding your breath. And then you are out, without a single shout, without anyone noticing. You meet Ethan around the corner on a quiet, bright market walkway. You have it? He looks nervous. What are we doing back there? I was about to start a distraction like we agreed. Besides, just show me. You lift it out of your pocket and it is colder, heavier than you expected. Ethan watches you take it out. Nice. Now, if you would, he beckons with his hand. A memory jumps into your mind of Ethan in the compressor, hand out, asking for his gun back. A memory followed by the memory of a sharp, dizzying pain. You flinch. And the gun. Ethan eagerly grabs it and looks down the sight. He sighs a sigh of relief. Then he meets your eye and slowly raises the gun until it's pointed directly in your head. Not fine. You still don't get it, do you, sleeper? It spits. When they canceled the contract, I lost everything. My reputation, my payout, any way of getting off the shitty station. Everything. All I had left was you, he grins. A naive little sleeper with a heart of gold. I couldn't believe it worked, he laughs. And now, you're done. He slides a slate out of his jacket, pocket with his other hand. Now we call Maverick. No. Yep, he grins. He pries the slate. Done. He puts it away. Here's here, you know. On the station, I've been speaking with him. He tells me we can split the contract. Not 50-50, but enough of finder's fee that I can get out of the shithole. You're dead. If you were caught capable of that, sleeper, you would have done it long ago. Ethan glaces him out. I've learned one thing from you, though, sleeper. All our cycles work in that shit club, he smiles. People never know when to cut and run. It's like they freeze in the headlights when the future is bearing down on them. They watch it coming, watch it in death, flying, and at a fraction drive speed. You had every chance, and yet you still keep on going. Like some idiot robot, going through the motions, even when you knew you'd be crushed, he smokes. And let me tell you something else. A shot enters through his upper back, and he crumbles immediately to the ground. You drop too without thinking, pressing yourself to the walkway floor like it might save you. Silence. You look up and see him coming down the walkway, silent, eyes alight. Maywick. As an art hunter. Maywick. You freeze in fear. Here it comes. You see it, just by Ethan's crumpled body, the gun. Move. Can't. Move. You inch forward. Move. You go for it. You run forward and a shot sounds out. You feel it ripple over your back. Then your hands are on the gun and you scramble to your knees behind Ethan's body and fire. You close your eyes, you fire again and again and again until the clip is empty and all that are left are clicks. Then you drop the gun and stand up. You don't hear anyone running. You don't hear anything. You just hear the sound of your own breath. You start walking, stepping over Ethan's static body, walking along the walkway and then past Mavic. His eyes now dark, some mechanical fluid looking from his chest, perhaps the same fluid that is inside you. You try not to think about it, you keep going, and the sound comes back, the eye comes back, and as it does, you hear the sound of thousands of people getting on with their lives, thousands of people who are just going to keep going until they can't anymore. You look up, and all you see are the wheeling stars. They are spinning, and you are suddenly dizzy. The eye has always spun like this, hasn't it? And you don't stop walking, keep going. All there is now, the path forward. Ash and Arp have left you no history, no past to speak of, just a void that threatens to swallow you if you slow down. You think of Ethan's smile, his voice, you feel sick. Is it over? You're unsure it can ever be. But you are still here, and you can't stop now. There has to be a better end than this. Witness a lifetime of bad decisions catching up with someone. 23%. Got an upgrade. Instant karma. Both the S.T.A.L.K.E.R nodes need to be extracted before the portal will be open. Is there time? Sorry for the bug. Five and 3. Not do that. Oh, it no longer says stuff. So that's finished. I no longer need to do that. Good to know. Good kitty, good kitty. You wake from dreams of Maywick's amber eyes floating in a pool of dark fluid. It was difficult to get sleep, and you suspect that isn't about to change anytime soon. Not after what happened. Tannen or Steel Walls. Not in there anymore. But you also feel something else as you get up. Thumb the power start of the stove and begin to boil water like every morning. You feel something has lifted, something that has been hanging over you since you arrived on the station. You try not to think too hard about it, to question it. You just let that lightness stay, let it settle as you go through your routines. Your hope is that if you don't focus on it, you don't look at it directly, it won't get scared and leave you. That the lightness will stay for the cycle and then another, then another. Because after all that's happened, a little lightness would be nice. Great. Yep, can't open it. Ay. So studying Gruspels. Rico. Sleepo, Rico greets you without so much as looking up from work. I have some of yours here, come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight looking console, wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. What does it say? The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within grows, but I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here we have Tracholoma Matsutake. Rico breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it was nothing. A species Solheim somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console showing the chemical composition, all gradient bars and obsolete acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified Matsumaka spores. Modified? Yes, every species on the eye is a tweaked variant of Solheim's, of course. But it's not the point. Rico brings up another panel, identical in layout. Sorry, to drink a bit. My throat is drying up. Rico brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your Matsumaka spores look like. They aren't the same? That's the conclusion, yes. Rico glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add. They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim might have issued their own tweaked versions in the beginning, but the grows have, and still are, affected them. Do they still grow? Exactly, she smiles. What I wondered. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it. The pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake like rotting southern overalls, laced with an edge of spice. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stalks, pulled from Spore Vault in this complex. She winks. They are delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. But the grows are full. Yes, they are. Rico looks at you directly, and you suddenly realize how much she's enjoying this. So here's our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groove won't grow in the lab. But gathering fruiting bodies from the grows is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores, so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. Rico looks impressed. Well, well, an eager mycologist. I never have guessed. I assume you set yourself up in the Ivory. I've been eyeing that place up for its proximity to the grows. Bring me whatever grows, not just Matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a Matsumake cap from the tray. These all things are reflections of the conditions. Their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap. Enough of these, and we'll have a picture of what is happening here. Of the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself, or being modified. Whichever the case may be. Rico pops the Matsumake cap in her mouth, taking by surprise, and don't worry, sleeper. She says while softly chewing, if this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. Okay. This will take a long time. Negative. Of course. I can't help think right now. I guess we could explore the Greenway a bit more. No, I already have explored the Greenway. Find nutrient grow by foot seed, which I'm technically doing. Bring mushrooms. I guess I could do that. I need 3, right? Yeah. It's gonna take a while. So caps. Bell pepper mushrooms used for flavoring I made alcohol. One, 2, 3, 4, 6. I need 3 more and we'll be done. Yep, it's just a home now. Yeah, go to sleep. Now it needs 3. Needs a 6 or a 5. 6 or a 4. 5 or a 3. I'm gonna buy another stabilizer. The Shino takes the chits and hands you a vial. You quickly leave. That's the stable. Another stabilizer. Okay. Also need to buy food. Sleep. Okay. A bit of cryo. And a bit more crime. The final layer controls surveillance. With this down, Feng should be able to control the facility's commerce. All layers unlocked, Feng progress. That's done. A threat from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. And the final layer of security broken. Somewhere, buried in the depths of the station, Feng is in control. He is slicing into the command control circuits and piping out the result. The threat flickers and unravels into an image, a scene, two figures in a room, one sat, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Harden, the unmistakable superior posture, the shock of grey hair. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They are vague, unformed, a problem with the data perhaps. You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owned to automation. The proxy is a machine designed to be piloted by remote connection. Someone elsewhere in the system puppeteering it with their own body, speaking so it may speak. The proxy sits impatiently, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does, from the distant safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward, there is no doubt. Harden is saying, the reclamation teams are almost ready, and after that I will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. The proxy leans forward, its movement stilted, uneven, as if its body was being refracted through water. But things must change, Harden. We need further assurances. I have been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You have been careless. Harden weighs the acquisition away. We have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is concerned, Harden. A drop in our value would be unwelcome at this time. The proxy leans back, its posture dominant. If the reclamation of Ash 1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position. Harden approaches the proxy. There will be no contest, not for Solheim, who cannot muster a defense, not for Heavenage, who will fall into line below me. He crouches in front of a seated figure, eye to eye, and the people of the station, refugees, gangs, spacers, all either opportunists or degenerates. Heavenage is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erlin's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The eye is crippled, it cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. They will be lucky if it still spins in 100 cycles, Harden stands. You will move forward with reclamation, because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims on the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will go dark, he passes. Do I need to continue? One moment, comes the response from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Harden steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Harding as he paces, as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that? in the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end. I'm sorry that I'm stopping the thing, but one moment comes the response from the proxy and its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place somewhere, place elsewhere in the system. Doesn't say where. And I don't imagine they are close around the eye, probably, because people will notice. Just a random ship standing somewhere in the orbit of the eye. The thing is, this type of communication, it's probably going to be like radio-based or something like that, but it's limited light speed. So if it's like a planet away, it should take several minutes, like we're talking 3 to 4 minutes, before the proxy can answer, if it's like in the orbit of another planet or another station, right? Because like, for example, the light takes 8 minutes to travel from the sun to Earth. So, and you know, radio signals and all of those things use. Somebody's calling me, great. Okay, sorry about that. Because, you know, any form of communication is limited by light speed. We haven't found any way to communicate above light speed. And imagine they haven't found that either in this cyberpunk setting. So, depending on how far away this proxy is, the delay would be at least, you know, a few seconds to several minutes before the proxy can answer. But, okay, let's continue. Proxy lifts its head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim Ash 1 as salvage within 6 cycles. Havenage is to assist with the transport of its illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. The proxy shudders to its feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process, after losses have been accounted for. Hardin nods. I accept. The proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by a horrified fascination. There's a bluntness to the conversation, its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, to be used, to feed into structures crushed in losses accounted for in the cells of tables and margins of ledgers. You realize now that you are no different than anyone else in this station in the eyes of the people in that room, and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment you can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another the very idea of citizenship can be used against them. This is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer, not while the eye spins. You gather the recording, pack it into a polygon of purest light. Then you drift down into the surface stock like a falling leaf and find a relay. It only takes a second to place the polygon of data, that recording, into the relay system being prepared, and then you watch as it bursts out, a web of threads heading out into the black to every network device on the eye. Let them see what power makes of man. Ooh, cracked the toughest security system on the eye. Got an upgrade! Still not enough for stuff. Okay, I'm going to need to step out for a bit, because I need to help somebody with something, but it shouldn't be more than 5 minutes. I'll also take a quick toilet break. So, let me just turn on BRB real quick, and I'll be right back. Wait, he's back. Okay. We are back. Let's finish this. Right. Okay, we finished that up. Wait for Frank to return. I have a feeling like he's not going to return. Right? And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one. Whee! Please? Eh. It's a 2 now. Okay, I guess. Let's get food. Mushrooms. Mushroom. At least it's safe. Okay, sleep. Okay. Hey. There's some okay rolls there. I don't see Fang anywhere. Let's finish this up. Hello, kitty. Welcome back. Finished. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locked room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There is excitement in the air. Heaven has just made an announcement that the assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the sidereal out there. Its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you have watched it grow, be assembled. You have walked through its veins and welded its bones. Now it is ready for the final stage. It will go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it is deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now, your work is done, you can't help but feel proud. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem, changing out his work gear. Mina nowhere to be seen. He smiles. She'll be ready soon. I know. It's exciting, although, if you think about it, we are all out of a job now, he quickly adds. Not that I'm complaining. Lem comes to sit beside you on the bench. She's got to be in her best shape when she carries you, Mina, and me out of here. I'm so confident. Lem smiles apologetically. Why not? I figure I'm due a lucky turn by now. He rubs his hands nervously. No use in wondering what if. Until the draw anyway, and there's a few cycles till then. Lem is right. But the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working on the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces than you can count pass through. And are the S.T.A.L.K.E.R Foundation ever going to keep their promise? Out here on the eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they build the sidereal in a circuit system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. Tell me about Solace. How's Mina doing? Lem is surprised by the question, but smiles. She's doing well. She misses having you over actually. I need to get you two together again soon. Especially now, I won't see you here either. Lem gazes into space. She's pretty stuck on you actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too. He sighs. You ever been in a thunderstorm sleeper? A real big one? Don't remember. Lem shoots you a worried look for a moment. It's something else, he smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down, the whole sky stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old rock in a Conway system. Had 2 seasons. One of them was as dry as bone, dusty, ugly. The other was one long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drops fell, he sniffs. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina has never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, the ring her only horizon, always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. Of course, almost there. Lem stands stretching. Best get back to the little one anyway. With the shift done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. He shoulders his gear. Seen a few for the draw? I'll be there. Right on, he grims. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about rain, and a little hole creeps in. Is it possible? Could a sidereal really take you to a planet, a place, with weather, with skies, with life? You get up quickly, before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope, too dangerous. There's work to be done. Sidereal Horizon, colony ship and construction. It's gonna take 6 cycles. Sellers are apparently going to start moving the Sidereal Horizon to the hub soon. Shipyard. Sidereal draw. Hamnage have said it will be a few cycles until the winners of the draw are announced. You'll have to come back then. 3. Feng Bay. Hamnage in crisis. The building is chaotic. Most of it is in total lockdown. No one will give you a straight answer about Feng or Harden. Okay. Ah, nice. Damn. Okay, we still have a bit of food. I guess I could use that. The pale and delicious grown mushrooms are more abundant than the Matsutake, but Rico says they still help the process. The rich and pungent Matsutake caps are Rico's preferred subject of study, something about their environmental sensitivity. Do I have anything that I really need to do? I don't think so. It's Greenway. Yeah, I think that's this and nothing. Attila. Guess we could. I'm not sure that I'm going to do the DLCs. I want to finish up this today, at least. Yeah, this is basically it right now. With stuff that I actually know what to do. Layers and layers of rotten mulch come away from the corroded metal, and among it, a pale and delicate, you find a bird's skull. Okay, sleep. Sleep for a cycle. Oh, I forgot the BRB. Okay. This one. Guaranteed completion. Okay. Germinating spores. An old grove in the area has created a rich medium into which you can place spores from the groves. They'll grow well here. Okay. True. Okay. Okay. Now we need to wait 4 cycles. Spores need time to germinate and spread in the aviary. The indirect sun of a few cycles should help them along. Actually, now that I think about it, for this, what I probably need to do is this. I don't want to thieve, I don't want to barter for food, book the stacks, no. And what would it be? Maybe something with hyperlast now that I think about it. Only one. Okay. Speak with Fang. We can now. Fang grins at you as the bay door slides open. Above, in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hustled tones and organize endless meeting after endless meeting. Heavenage have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Fang is in good spirits, bundles you inside before you even have the chance to greet him. That was the slickest operation the station has seen. He hugs you firmly. Now you made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I'm so proud. And he smiles. I got to watch through the cameras as the Heavenage security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Fang smiled. One of them straight up just whacked Harden with that pistol. It was beautiful. Sorry for the pun. What are you going to do with him? I'm not sure anyone knows, but he's cooperating in dismantling his operation and scaring off Conway. Maybe they'll exile him when they are done, or hand him over to some core authority. Fang shrugs. Now I know he won't be an issue. I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. Shakes his head, seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs aren't so happy though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the eye right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. Not surprised. I can see why you said that no one wants to see this. Yeah, that's why I kind of want to finish this today, like have it done. Which I think should be possible. Finish this up and move on to something else, because 5 views, 5 people showed up to the stream, nothing else. I think all of those 5 are like the people that I regularly get, and nothing else. And this whole thing hasn't won me many fans in the administration, but I think in the end they'll agree that outing Harding was worth it, whatever the methods. No one wrote. Yep. Also on Twitch, nobody showed up. Like, I was expecting that this game would not get many views, but I was hoping that at least, like, you know, 20 or 30 people would show up to my stream. Am I reset my eyes now? Yeah. Good night. At least the 3 people that voted for it could have showed up. I don't know if he voted for it or not, but... you know, at least somebody else could have. No, whatever. I'll finish it because, you know, at least that's the thing that I can do, right? Get some rest. I'll probably be here after you... no, not after you wake up, but later on. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old and it was never meant to run like this. Master control points that Erlen and Havenage installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. But if you are asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no, he smiles. And me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening in the cycle after that. Hardin's problem was that he didn't believe in people. He believes in systems and their ability to shape the world around them. Feng squeezes your shoulder, but as far as I'm concerned, people should be the ones running the systems, not the other way around. Anyway, Fang raps on the side of his terminal. I know you didn't come down here for a lecture, my tracker. I haven't forgotten. He produces a thumbnail drive and managed to finish the that code solution I showed you. It's a modified ripperworm, one made to deactivate a tracker of yours. But in the time since I got back, I added something extra. The tracker of yours doesn't just show S.T.A.L.K.E.R where you are. It transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it, it'll edit that data to tell S.T.A.L.K.E.R your body is irreparably damaged, DNR, do not retrieve. He grins wildly. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Thank you. Just started already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand. Then you close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they are gone, you forget they were ever there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it is done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Fang, a little nervously. Tired. Aren't we all? He pats you on the shoulder. Take it easy. Things might be a little woozy for a minute. He looks at his terminal screen. The logs tell me it worked, so... feel it or not, you are free. Hang lets the word free hang in the air a little before it continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Feng wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs and you join him. And later, when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels, in that moment, like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can, or even should last forever, or that it will never change, fade or decay. It simply means that in this moment, this place has a future, and it is one that you know, deeply and truly, is worth protecting. Upgrade point. We only have 2. I'm kind of thinking for self-repair. Yeah. I want to see how much it takes. 1. How much does it heal me? +1 condition. So technically, it is not much cheaper. But I can at least use it to heal myself or keep myself topped off. So that's not bad. Okay, so that's done. I guess the Greenway is the only thing left. Greenway and... whatchamacallit? Wait, did I eat food? I did, okay. And the rolls are okay-ish. Now we'll just buy food. I'll look at it. Okay. Nothing over here. Nothing here. Can do some jobs over here. And I think I'm going to focus up on the Greenway a bit more. I wanna finish that. I'll finish it. I wanna do stuff here. Ah, -1 condition. That's great. Okay, fuck it. There we go. Crystal caps for a friend. What is it, Kadi? Okay. Ephes is working on gathering the ingredients and preparing the mushrooms. He doesn't like to rush these things. It's gonna take 3 cycles. Okay, so that is done. So do not do that. No bumping the mic. What? Like, I could go to the hub, but for some reason I just don't want to. So I'm not gonna. You bumped the mic again. Did I tell you not to bump the mic? Do not bump the mic. In farm stanks, there's nothing that I can do that would actually do stuff. Same goes over here. Nothing. I don't have anything in the aviary yet, so that's gonna have to wait. Otherwise, I can get scrap, I guess. Hey, what's this? Hello, Archie. It's Citizen Sleeper. And hopefully we're going to finish it soon. Yeah, there really ain't anything I can do. Already, I just found out you're playing it. I played it yesterday. Like I said that I would. Okay, so is it short then? Yes it is, but I want to finish it because nobody wants to watch it. Like, it is supposed to take, if just the main story is 7 hours, which I'm definitely not doing because I don't know what the main story is. It doesn't really tell you. Main inside is 10.5, which I guess is more along the lines of what I'm going to have. Completion is supposed to be 13 hours. Okay, good service is done. Tala. The girl slides from the bottle into the lumpy recycled glass, a pale grassy yellow under the Overlook's warm lights. The spacer nods and takes the drink, bringing it up to their face in both hands like an overflowing bowl. This is the good stuff. The stuff Tala says is aged in wooden casks, stored in some closet, closed off part of the old station, among corroded wires and softly looping systems. Though sometimes it is hard to tell if Tala is joking. Either way, you like pouring this stuff. It gets on your fingers, and if you rub them together, you can smell the mossy drink cut through with aniseed, mushrooms, wood, as the alcohol evaporates. You like those who order too. The aged girl is kept beneath the bar, open to order only by those who know it's there, like the quiet spaces sitting at the bar right now. Face yourself. You pull a rag from your overalls and wipe down the bar. The girls smell lifting, then disappearing into the stale station air. The Overlook is quiet this cycle. The salvagers busy offloading, the regulars likely at the Ord, exchange or queuing for work at Havenage shipyards. You are in the right mood for a quiet shift. and some cycles drag along, they all look empty and claustrophobic, but this one has caught you just right, and in this moment some kind of calm has descended as you tinker away at the bar, lining up your bottles as your thoughts expand to fill the space. Suddenly you hear a heavy clunking at the door. It creaks open and a huge cylindrical metal tank tumbles through, slamming into the floor. Shit! Tala breezes in from behind, a whirl of hair and bright eyes. Shit. Tala? Sleeper, she ducks behind the bar and comes over. Can you help me with this? You look at the huge metal tank suspiciously. How did that get up to here? I'm coming. You come around the bar and get to one side of the tank. Okay, says Tala. On my count, 1, 2, 3. You both heave the tank up to standing. Somehow, you hold it in place, struggling to keep it steady. Where's it going? In the back, comes the voice from behind the tank. Somehow you manage to lug the huge thing into the back room, where you place it in one corner, dwarfing the rest of the contents in the cramped space. As you do, you hear a crunch. You stand back and look at the expired rations oozing from under the tank. Oh shit. Tal looks at you apologetically. I know you like those. Good riddance. That's okay. Good riddance. Tal smiles. Oh good. I thought maybe liking expired rations was some kind of sleeper thing. You push the crushed rations to one side. That's the end of that. Tal looks exhausted and rubs his shoulders. Francis, I swear to... Something up? Yes, she sighs. He was supposed to be back from Athens up in the Greenway by now. Back with our girl. She leans against the tank. It seems like he's got lost again or joined the Hypno commune. We need that girl. There's 4 other bars near here and the spacers sure as hell don't come to the overlook for the ambience. She looks through the open door to check if anyone can hear her. She knocks on the whole tank, so I'm taking matters to my own hands, she smiles. Welcome, sleeper, to the Overlook Distillery. You look around the dank back room. Need some work. She picks at some paint flecking from the metal walls. Well, I might need some help though, she shrugs. You up for it? She knocks on the tank again. Could be fun. Happy to help. Okay, she grabs her by the shoulders. I'm excited. She turns around and looks at the tank. I reckon we chop this thing in half. One half for fermentation, the other we turn into a still. We also need to gather the ingredients. She turns back and looks at you. You look more like a chopper than a gatherer. She smiles. So how about you build the still and tub while I work on the rest? Oh wait, sleeper, I have an idea. Tala is grinning now and it is making you nervous. To make up for the rations, how about we put a kitchen in here too? Will it fit? We'll make it work. She turns back to the tank. This is going to be great, she says to herself. You look at the dented tank and the bare room. At least she has a vision. Tala nudges you out of the back room and closes the door. As you go back to the bar, you hear the banging and thumping again. The spacer finishes up their drink and nods in your direction as they leave. You can't quite tell if it's a gesture of sympathy or good luck. So much for a quiet shift. A new drive. Yay! Improve the overlook. Tala wants to build a distillery in the back room of the overlook, and Tala is someone it is hard to say no to. Help set up the distillery. Build the still. You'll need to cut Tala's tongue down and turn it into a still and a fermentation tub, as well as setting up the room for distilling. It's a big job. Overlook Distillery. You aren't sure Tala knows what she is doing, but she is a hard person to say no to. So it looks like you are building this thing. It's going to take, technically, how much is that? 612? So technically it will take 6 things. Damn. Okay, we need a bit of food. Right, we can't get food here. Well, I guess we are getting food here. We can't get food here. So the only place to get food is not here either. Is it really only in the Greenway? I guess it is. Yeah, it is. Haggle for food here. Get some sleep. Okay. Well, first and foremost, the draft. Or drawing, whatever you would call it. Because I have a bad feeling about this. The crowds have already gathered by the time we get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them, people you have worked alongside on the side reel. The intervening circles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. You pick out Lem and Mina and work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you a huge smile, unaware of the tension. "Robot!" she shouts, reaching out to you. "Hug her." She gracefully accepts your hug, leaning against your chest, and Len smiles, seemingly glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. "Quite a turnout, huh?" Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. "I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths." The sound of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He is putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. "This isn't good." Lem doesn't dare answer, but the look in his eyes suggests he agrees. This is the Asher Engard of the S.T.A.L.K.E.R Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance, and shouts of quiet rapidly follow. "I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Cedric Salis for the work you have done on the sidereal horizon." Most of the crowd strains to see Asher's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. A proxy. Sindra wanted me to pass on personal thanks for your commitment to and belief in S.T.A.L.K.E.R Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the venerable Heavenage Association. Unlike most of the core, we neither believe Erin's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of a new, decentralized social structure. One where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. You are all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the sidereal horizon will carry. In cryosleep to the planet, they will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Salis 1. At the mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out amongst the workers. There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Sandra Salis herself: freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Heavenage Yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision. The staff of the Sidereal Horizon, who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through interstellar space. Lemon turns to you, his eyes bright. This is it. This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation, and is final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you have all been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the sellers in the identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I have a bad feeling about this. The reason for having a bad feeling about this is that one of a few things is going to happen. Either only I get the ticket, only Lem gets the ticket, me and Lem get the ticket, but Mina doesn't get the ticket, or only Lem and Mina get a ticket. Or maybe technically only I and Mina, but I don't think she gets one. A murmur runs through the crowd, so is identification numbers, licensed contractors. You have never even heard the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones, like a rising wave. Aster starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters. The panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts a celebration, and everyone pushes forward. Lem? You turn to see Lem still standing forward. Mina is scared now. As the shouts start, Addy! Someone throws something at the entrance and it rattles against the shipyard doors. You see, for the first time, Heaven Edge security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. Lem, let's go. He doesn't move. They might call out names. I can't. Mina tugs at his dog tags. It's not happening. Lem blinks rapidly and then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. It's time to go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sounds of scuffles emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head down and walk away. The sound of Aster reading off the ciphers, echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is slipping into his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in you too. They screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead into the tunnel as the security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. Will you stop trying to get in front of my monitor? Idiot. Says apparently going to start moving the sidereal horizon to the hub soon. Lem and Mina's unit. There's no door of the unit. Sleeper, go find work. Lem. Can't find work. I have an idea. Great. By a spacer meal, the gimbal sells itself on its spinning sphere, which claims to produce therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they sell food. Kisho capsule, especially sleep in berths. The only place to sleep in the hub, hacked off a colony ship and welded to the rig. They're surprisingly expensive to rent. Bless, ship mechanic. Hello. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the shitheels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass, and moments later someone who you assume is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Ship mechanic on the hub. Bliss. Hey, you out there. The same voice echoes out of the entrance. You looking for work? Yes? I just need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She is floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just help me with the casing. Help her. Alright then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift out and up. Then I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the unit with a wrench. The whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the falls. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand while they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the soldier, offering little in the way of an explanation. Is this your bay? It is for now, yeah. Whether I like it or not. She looks at you like that should mean something. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger bays. So here I am trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance thugs. Tugs, small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ripped pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quiets it with a precise whack. But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. Offer her help. I appreciate it. Let me finish before you jump through. She keeps working, twisting inside pipes with care. There we are. Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching a humpin' cube, scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound. It's just fringed with some scorch marks. Grab me a replacement convert from the racks, will you? Head to the rack. You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sit secured in clamps. Colored tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall, a complex organization system of Bliss's own design. Or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. Lumping cube. PC transformer, the M2 converter, the F.E.A.R converter. Wait. M2. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over. The convert spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect. You passed. She straightens up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz. I'll be happy to. Wait, she frowns at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. The bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tuck fees. For that, she looks nervous, embarrassed. We need chits. You want me to pay to work? An investment? Exactly. Partners. Straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense. She manages to smile. It is pretty weird. She gives you a sideways look. Don't tease me. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money or you find someone who has. Or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help refill the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm going to wrap this one up for now. But if you are into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into, something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me, I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean, you smile. It seems like this could be interesting. New drive. Help Bliss compete. Bliss needs investment and hard work to turn her repair bay around. Could you be her business partner? Invest in Bliss's bay. I'm probably gonna do this because I really want to. Because this is the kind of job that I actually would like to do in real life. Just having a repair shop to repair stuff. You know, like kind of like a handyman, but you bring me stuff and I can try to fix it up. And the thing is, I would rather do this type of stuff with mechanical things instead of electrical things. Because electricity, like, yeah, I studied it and all of that. It's just, after some time I figured out that it's not really for me. I like working with mechanical stuff much more instead of electrical stuff. Like, yeah, electrical is everything right now, but mechanical stuff I like much more. And a bit of electricity and stuff I would learn eventually. What is needed. Or like machining parts and stuff like that to fix something. That's the work I would love to do. 80 chits. Seed money. A scam or an opportunity. This seems solid enough. And this might be your best chance to get in on Hub's repair trade. Start an action. Bliss is incredibly grateful. I'll pay back every chit, I promise you. I guess you two are partners now. Buy into the Hub's competitive repair market. 37% of people done that. It's gonna take 3 cycles. Maybe not 3 cycles, but 3 things. We don't need the energy right now. And nothing else to do up here. No hacks to be done. That needs to wait. I guess we could do some work here, but... And Rabban's office, I guess we could do some work there. Okay. And so. Oh, pretty good rolls. I still need to wait one more for that. Need to wait on this. On this. We can help that here actually. Wait on that. Get a bit more cryo, I would like. Okay. Come on. 3. Is 3. A friend over here, he was offering what? Ship mind for you if you indulge my curiosity. 5. Yep. Well, the one scrap, right. I guess we can buy one from you. So what? In a second. Okay, we have that. We have this. What you want to do? Harvest mushrooms. 2 random rare mushrooms and grill crabs. Okay. 2 random rare mushrooms. Cat, move. Clubhead crabs. Strange unidentified club-shaped rooting bodies. And sucky cups. Can I do anything with these? Doesn't seem like I can. It gave 3? It gave 3. This is going to only give it like 1, right? Oh, it gives 2. Yeah, this is going to take another. Ephes is preparing the girl calves. He has had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish-white bulb you have never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms, and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. We have a moment, sleeper, he smiles. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow, and maybe you'll feel better for telling it. Recall your oldest memories? Tell another sleeper's story. Oldest memories. You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable. Or perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it's familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but you just can't bring it to mind. Emphasis nods throughout,
cooking as he does, with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Amphis finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, sleeper, for your trouble. He puts the wok to the side. I appreciate you sharing with me, he smiles. I hope it lightens you a little. He passes you a bowl and heaves of girolles into it, the yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls of blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious, filling and warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy, you think, that S.T.A.L.K.E.R left you displeasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so the need for embodied experience must be met. This is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that stimulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it, to produce energy from raw material. Why do you see kitty? Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power. So much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food, you feel that warmth. Nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. Okay, come on here, kitty. Come on. There you go. Lie down. There you go. As you finish, Amphis takes a bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. Whole food. Yeah. What's the style? Matsutake broth. Amphis mentions a recipe for matsutake broth. All he needs are 2 handfuls of matsutake cups, freshly sourced. Technically could do that. Got a 5. A 2 and a 3. Scrap item. All of the distillery. Take the bar shift. Take the cryo. Okay. Over here, it's Chogmind fragments. I have 1 scrap piece. I'm gonna buy another. Fix myself up real quick. It's a yet again. We do not want a yet again. Average, yes. And so. Oh, damn, this is a good pose. Moritz, Bliss's assistant. Hey, a quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Do I know you? Moritz, he pauses. I work for Bliss. He rubs the back of his head. You are not easy person to find. I move around. I don't really have an address. Moritz holds up his hands. Hey, no judgment. It's cool. You both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. So, what's up? Ah, yeah, well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one. She's asking for you to come up and help her out. You nod sagely. I'll be right there. Nice, yeah. Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. Got it. Cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do the thorough job, you know? He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pocket. See you, sleeper. Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking at the filtered cab on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay then. Gone. Hey, look. Why do I have the loading thing? Also, look. Smiley face. Ah, I'm in Mina. There's no answer when you buzz Lim's unit, but the door is open. You push the door and find Mina, sitting in the middle of the floor, playing with Bonbon. Hi, Mina. Hi, robot, says Mina sullenly, waving Bonbon's paw without looking up. How are you? Bonbon is sad, says Mina, nodding the toy's head in agreement, like Daddy. You look around the unit, it is a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled up in a corner. Mina is sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor, her drawing slate cracked and dark. Play with Mina. You sit down beside Mina and she turns away, taking Bonbon with her. But after a little while, she turns back and you play together. She insists you pull Bonbon on a trippy way, dragging the stuffed rabbit across counters and surfaces. You just started to look at fixing Mina's cracked slate when Len enters. Sleeper, what are you? He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops the bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Everything okay? Len lets out a weak laugh. You forgot the past few cycles now, too? Wish I was so lucky. He looks away at the open door. Look, now is not a good time. Want to help? Help? Unless you have a side rail ticket or two on you, I don't think there's much you can do here. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand that they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've run into more than a few of the people from the crews. It turns out only long-time Heavenage members were I issued those sellers ID numbers. They never planned to consider us. Heavenage say they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw, and who knows, maybe sellers pulled the wool over their eyes. But what does it matter? All those hours in the yard for a hand-to-mouth wage, nothing else. He slams his hand down on the sofa. You are giving up? Lem opens his mouth to respond, but stops himself. He looks at the open door again. They are moving the side rail up to the hub now, you know, he says without meeting your eye. That's where it'll depart from. They are bringing in a ship with all the cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity before loading the crew. Sink aboard. Steal a ticket? Lem laughs. There's no ticket. I was joking before. Just those ID numbers, coded to someone's identity. No saying that. You sure? He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little time. Besides, we had our hearts set on that trip is all. Mina comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. What if I got you on board? I missed you these past few cycles. I missed that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around? Be my guest. I can't get up there with men down here, and I'm sure that side rail will bring in a crowd. But be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. You find any way on board, you take it. You need help to get there, ask me. But for now, Mina and Meanie here are sticking to the eye. She looks up at him and smiles. I'll find a way for all of us. For us all. Lem smiles but doesn't say anything. You stand to leave and Mina grabs your hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then you look out, back in the walkways of the lower end, already thinking of plans to make this right. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make this right. There it is. Ember's Wake. No, it's malfunction fuel tank. Oh, that's the one they're going to be working on. Sidereal Dock. Sidereal Horizon Barge Terminal. Scout the dock. Away on board. Energy. You hope again. Scout the dock. The sidereal is being loaded and prepped. Among all the commotion, it is possible to find a way on board. Away on board. You hope against hope that there is a chink in the Sidereal Horizon's vast armor. Way on board. Let's have a look at this. This as well. Ember's Wake contract. Somehow Bliss swung a tanker contract, but the catch is that the work needs to be turned around fast. Too fast. Only 3 cycles to do this. Seeing the leaks. The tanker's crew have detected a set of leaks and they need to isolate the sea and seal them as soon as possible. That's where you come in. Tank cladding, flush, full system flush. It's dangerous, but I can do it. Typically, the way to fix this kind of leak is to basically inspect and reseal the entire ship's cladding. But is there time? Bliss has an idea. A full system flush with tracer fluid to reveal the leaks, which means an emergency venting of all tanks. Brilliant, dangerous. Can do it. Yep. Random scrap. You carefully trigger the emergency sequence and the tracer fluid does its job. All the leaks are revealed. Now you just need to seal them. Plus I get the wars thing. But next time we can finish it up. If that's what it was to finish it. Nah. Damn it. These could have been better. Okay, this is done. As you both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumbs you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We cleared that contract, no problem. She stretches. Once we are back in the bay, we can check if the payment has come through and divide it up. She stretches. Feels good. The airlock clunks and the lights flicker, and a moment later you are back in the bay, where Mortis is at the racks, trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. Hey, Moritz. Moritz looks over his shoulder. Sleeper. He spins a wrench in his hand. It looked like clean work out there. He nods respectfully. You look over at Bliss, who is already gliding over to the management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you've ever met moves as well in Zero-G as she does. It's like she was born into it. Shit. Bliss slams a fist on the console. Shit, shit, shit. Look at Moritz. Moritz raises his eyebrows but stays quiet. He doesn't want to get involved. Bliss calls you over. Look at this. Just look. She spins the terminal screen and you see the details for the bay's account. You see an entry for the Ember's Wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job, but then directly after the whole amount was transferred back into an unknown account. How can this happen? I can't tell you how. My ex is a sneaky little conniving shit. She punches the terminal. He must have coded a backdoor into the machine before he left. She rubs her forehead. There's no way he can. She pauses thinking. Moritz, throw me that wrench. What's that for? When it spins the wrench across the bay, Bliss smiles. This. Brings the wedge down on the terminal. Hard. You flinch backwards as a hail of computer parts spill up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory, sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that. You shit. Moritz drifts out from his hiding place amongst the racks. Bliss, he says tentatively. You want me to? He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes his head. No, she signs. I've got it. You go get me a new terminal, cheap as you can find. Couple one together from pieces at the Ord Exchange if you have to. Can I help? Bliss glides over to a panel by the wall. Don't worry, one of the first things I had installed when we spaced out this place was a cleaning sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover on a huge red button. Watch yourself. She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall. They start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in pulses of burning light. Bliss smiles. It's that, or just space the whole bay every few cycles. You okay? Not really. She stares at the sweep panel. Just don't seem to be able to extricate myself from this shit, no matter how hard I try. The clean sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That count wasn't everything. I'm not that stupid. Once Moritz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She shuts off the sweep as it reaches the near end of the bay. You don't want the cryo back? Oh, I want it, but it's gone. You could have transferred it anywhere. She looks out across the hub, and even if I knew where he was, the last thing I want is to ever see him again. She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you worked for this too, but next time won't be the same. That's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Moritz will let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. It's gonna take 4 cycles for that. Okay. Finished. Castor. Low on data fence. Quite the achievement, isn't she? Condre Celis must be proud. You recognize the resonating voice of Castor immediately and turn to see him hooded and tucked into the shadows near the viewing platform. Castor? I see you remember our game. Good. He looks around, but the platform is clear. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a rematch. Microgravity makes Tavla a little difficult. He smiles broadly. Castor walks out to stand beside you on the platform. The telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanies his slow crossing. He notices you looking at them. I don't much like it up here, he explains. I hear there was some trouble at the Heavenage shipyard when they announced the results of the crew lottery. They screwed us. I know, he sighs, meeting your eye. An ugly business. Souls are too used to the way things work in the core. Explanation is the only logic they know. He gestures out at the side rail. You know why they built this monstrosity on the eye? Money. That was part, perhaps, but there are cheaper shipyards. He stares at the pristine yellow hull. Celis built it here, says Castor gravely, because they didn't want anyone to know it exists. He rubs his forehead, and secrecy is something I cannot abide. He turns to face you. There are people being loaded onto that ship as we speak, sleeping people, locked in cryosleep, like the person that you were emulated from. There are hundreds of them, and Celis wants to send them out to a planet at the edge of the settled systems without everyone knowing where it is. So, black site. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You are like me. You deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, secrecy isn't a problem. You can ping back whenever I need it, as long as you are on board. With you on the side reel, and with some minor modifications, he pauses, you can be my eyes and ears. I will keep track of Celis' grand project through you.
In short, says Caster stretching, I can get you aboard, Sleeper. But I'm going to need you to help me. Who are you? I'm a concerned party, someone who likes to know what is happening, not afterwards. It's not just me. Yes, your friend Lem, that can be arranged. It is difficult, but not impossible. The condition is, of course, that you go too. Caster clunks closer to the window, watching the tugs wheeling around the side rail. It's a simple offer, and the only one that will get you on that ship. Please consider it. He turns back, silhouetted against the ship. But to make it happen, I need your assistance. As I said, there is a Celes Foundation ship docked in the now empty shipyard. I need the data from its service. This will allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit. Caster looks over his glasses at you. Celes aren't stupid though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. You need to get on board if you want to access their air vault service. Once you have the data, meet me at your friend's unit so we can give him the good news. He smiles. I noticed his importance to you and the little one. So cute. You don't extract the data from the sidereal horizon before the sidereal horizon leaves the hub. Then I will get the message. We have other options, but you are certainly my preferred one. But to be sure, you act when you act, Sleeper. Once you take the data from Celes, you'll set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around up here. You are bringing a lot of attention to yourself. Caster glances around as if to emphasize his point. There are only a handful of cycles until departure, Sleeper. Make your decision. With that, Caster marches back off the platform, the sound of his Mac boots fading away, leaving you to contemplate the sidereal horizon and the part it may play in your future. I'm definitely taking part in this. I have 8. In several cycles, the sidereal horizon will set out. You will either be on board or not. This Celes Foundation administration ship. Buff past security, observe and explore. Celes infiltration, Celes lockdown. Careful observation and an instinct for security procedures will help you understand how to sneak on board. Buff past security. The fastest way to get to know the ship is by pretending to work there. A plan so bold it might even work. Next cycle, definitely. We need more money. Hello Silo. Archie probably isn't here by now. It's been over an hour. Yeah, he probably isn't here. Oh, I can't buy scrap. Damn it. Yeah, I can't get scrap, so I'm going to be loading myself. Fuck. Oh well. Is this going to work? It worked. Done. Infiltration is done. So servers. Secure science data service. Extract science data. Plus 53 cryo. Plus 1 science data. I need to wait another cycle then. Oh, what can we do with the 2? Guess we can get this. Putting those sample collecting skills to good use. 6. And another upgrade. Well, 1 upgrade point. Still can't get anything. Yep, we would need more of those. Sleep. Okay. Check the data. There we go. Caster, GRIS data files. Not this. Oh, come on. Finished. Teal stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this, she grins. The Overlook Distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. How's sourcing the ingredients? Tal smiles. I think I've got most of it covered between the food factories in the low end and the farm stacks on Greenway. However, she pauses, there is an issue. What's the problem? Well, Girol the drink, as you probably guessed, is named after Girol the mushroom. That's what gives it the golden color and earthly taste. The alcohol is infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need Girol caps to make Girol, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea. She smiles. We can grow our Girol caps here. She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. Are you sure? Totally sure. She puts a hand on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could, if you had something to grow them from. Like spores? Exactly. Suddenly you feel like you walked into a trap, and you are the perfect person to get me those spores. She nods rapidly. Think about it. You built the still, you are great with plants, you know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Half of that isn't even true. Don't be so modest, she pats your shoulder. Look, I can leave the bar and the other people picking up shifts. She grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. I can't leave the bar and the other people picking up shifts. There you go. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over on the Greenway, I think. All the fresh air, open space. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done, I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It's really something though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. Okay, let's talk to them. When you arrive at Lem and Mina's unit, C.A.S.T.E.R is already waiting outside, leaning back beside the door. Forgive me, Sleeper, but Celis is already buzzing with news of the breach. I was expecting you. Will this work? Don't worry, the breach cannot be traced to the specific IDs I am about to create. C.A.S.T.E.R reaches into her pocket and produces a sleek green and white hand terminal. The data, please. You hand over the drive the data, and C.A.S.T.E.R fishes around in a convert cable to hook it up. He slots it into the terminal, and after some wiring, a set of 2 transparent films marked with numeric sequences are produced. 2 tickets to an uncertain future. C.A.S.T.E.R smiles to himself. The child will go with Lem, of course. He pockets them. These are yours, but first, he holds up a white cube. Your side of the deal. What is it? Something to help us make use of you. He passes you the square, and you rested in your palm, a small, white, perfect cube. Suddenly you feel sharp pain and flinch. The cube jumps from your hand and rattles along the walkway. You look at C.A.S.T.E.R apologetically. C.A.S.T.E.R smiles. Not to worry, it has done its job. Now it is for you to do yours. You look down and see a tiny pinprick in the center of your palm. Nothing sinister. C.A.S.T.E.R puts the terminal away. This way, we can keep track of you and the sidereal horizon. Whatever you need to do. Excellent. C.A.S.T.E.R hands you the transparent films, and you see shimmering portraits of you and Lem flickering beneath the surface. Go. Give them the good news. And he reaches across and buzzes the unit. Lem slides open the door, half-dressed in his gear. Sleeper, what brings you up here? Come in. He beckons you inside. You look to the side, expecting to see C.A.S.T.E.R, but the wall is empty. The unit is cleaner, better organized than last time. Lem sits at the thin bar and gestures for you to sit. Mina's with some of the local kids. Someone has started doing lessons down the way. She seems to like it. Sit. You sit at the bar. What's up, Sleeper? I have some news. Out with them. Rem laughs. Rethink things. I have Celis IDs for us. You have? Lem freezes. How? He blinks rapidly, as if to wipe you from his vision. Does that mean? Yep. Lem stands up and paces around the unit. We have to pack. He starts laughing. Holy shit, we have to pack. He turns back to you smiling. How the hell did you swing this, Sleeper? I made a deal. A friend helped. Well, thank you, friend. You show him the ID films and he whistles at the portraits. Impressive stuff. He pats you on the shoulder. You should stay until Mina gets home. We could tell it together. Sure. The buzzer goes. That'll be her. Lem gets up and opens the door, and Mina, a bundle of energy and life, rushes into the room. Robot! She shouts. Lem picks her up. Mina, you won't believe what they brought us. You flash her the passes, and she looks confused. We are going away after all, Meanie. He lifts her up above her head. On that big, beautiful ship. Mina screams and Lem laughs. He puts Mina down, and she runs over to you and hugs your legs. I love you, Robot. She says quietly, so only you can hear her. I love you too. And a while later, when you leave, you don't even think to check for C.A.S.T.E.R by the door until it is too late. You stop and turn, halfway down the walkway, but there's nothing there. Even that little white cube is gone. So you keep walking back through the low end, deep in thought, excited and scared all at once. Do whatever it takes to get that ticket. The running game. 28.4%. And Circle said the horizon will set out. You will either be on board or not. So we need to wait. I don't like that. Okay, well, we can tie up a few loose ends. Not that. Collect the spores. We need a bit of food. Now we sleep a bit. How many cycles was it left? One, two, three, four, five. 5 cycles. Okay then. Oh, it's danger. No, let's collect fungus. We don't want that. We want this. Okay. They are so cute, says Tala, looking at the containers of spores. Her excitement is infectious. It's going to take 6 cycles. First batch, Tala has locked herself away in the back room while she focuses on distilling. She won't let anyone in or out. No, it's finished. Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing anything there. Oh, let's get some mushrooms then. Okay. Rico meets you at the entrance of the lab, leaning on her crunch with a glint in her eye. Welcome, sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building. When people first crossed what we call Founder's Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Adre Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos, competing factions, failing systems, so many dead, and injured from the riots. That was his priority. You both crossed through a glass-roofed tunnel. The greenway outside, crowded with vines and branches, dappling the light. Erlin had written the greenway off, cut off from the rest of the station and linked to a broken spoke. He claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Rico continues, making a slow but steady way into the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plan secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She pauses to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It is difficult to know if from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster, nothing like what you see here. Half of the greenway was leaking oxygen into space, the plants fresh frozen. The other half was a swamp of mulch, as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard, we lost good people, we cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept on working, thinking less, talking less and less. Because we couldn't face it, we all developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, so would we. But it didn't die. It did not, Rico smiles. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. For the first time, we reaped the fruits of our labor. Rico smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, that we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought we had saved the Greenway until today.
You pass into the grove beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of F.E.A.R members planting and harvesting. For a while, Rico is quiet, and you both simply observe the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, but we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both move into a smaller corridor, Rico following some direction unknown to you. What you have shown me is that, back then, the Greenways saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the matsutake or girl caps you have been growing? Yes. I imagine they were delicious, nutritious, almost uniquely so. Muses, after all, they were designed for you. Rico has a mischievous look. At first I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the labs, or from the grove different to each other. But what I have come to understand is that it is the person growing them. The matsutake and girl caps you brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you. Rico smiles as she leans into the internal garden of the commune, where the F.E.A.R members have planted species from all over the Greenway. Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something, a response. It was as if this place was not just alive, as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways, communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why. Rika stops and turns to you. This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It is growing fruiting bodies for you, for me. It is adapting, changing. It is, in short, displaying all the signs of sentience. The Greenway is sentient. Perhaps not the Greenway, but the ecosystem itself, or something within it. Rico sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. When you have been growing the girls and the matsutakes in the aviary, those species are familiar to the Greenway. Have you discovered any others? Yes. Rico can barely contain her excitement. I should like to see those. Please bring me some next time you are here. You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Rico interrupts the silence. There is a species of mushroom that I haven't seen in years. It is dark, short, shaped like a club. We first found it in those early days, when we were working to save this place. It was around the time that we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch that drowned this place. At that point, we thought we were lost, and then these mushrooms emerged from that same black mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compounds that contracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural process of this ecosystem, even if the timescales seemed absurdly short. But what I am wondering is if that antidote was a gift. Rico meets your eyes. Perhaps if you are patient, you will receive your gift too, sleeper. You both sit for a while, Rico seemingly done telling stories for today. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you, and wonder what forces could be at play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave, with a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. She wants 3. Rico is eager to see the clubhead calves that have grown in the aviary. She hasn't seen mushrooms like this in decades. Are these fruiting bodies the same that emerged during the early days of the collapse, or something else? Again, takes 4 seconds. I still don't know where to grow the garden seed.
find an initial group that put a seed. Like, there isn't anything. There's nothing here. Like, thief, I guess, but I don't think that would help with that. Maybe if I were to progress this more. That's the only thing that I can think of. Now we got a 4. Do I have anything to do? Right now, I don't think I do have any. I have anything. You know what? We can do this. We lost a bit of energy. So we need to go buy some food then. Let's sleep. Sleeper, Mortis is waiting for you on your way out. How have you been? Surviving? Busy. I see, he nods. Well, I'll get right to it then. Bliss sent me down, we scored another contract and she needs your help. That's the message, he pauses. Look, I know last time the payment didn't come through, but she did good work. Bliss knows that. That's on her. Ah, it's a problem. Okay then, he pauses again. She's doing her best, you know. I know. He nods. See you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time you think to yourself it'll work out. I don't think we have anything else right now, other than going to help Bliss. So let's go do that. Sycamore seed. F.E.A.R farm freighter. Okay. Project biome saving the crop. Holy shit. Okay. So saving the crop. The sycamore seed needs to be reinforced and sealed, otherwise the crop will be lost. The sycamore seed's internal biome is in trouble. Every action will bring it closer to collapse. Reinforced bulkheads. Welding in 0G farm is tricky. The torch, the heat, the sealant, everything can damage the crop you are trying to save. Vent a section and you have a better chance of saving the remaining crops, but you will lose some in the process. The question is, how many? I could get 5 saving the crop from the but plus 1, 3, 6, 9, 12 trash biome. And this is 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 24. Let's try it out. Okay, not as bad. +1 to fragile biome. Great. Okay. We'll be able to do this. 2 data. It's only 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's some money, I guess. So 3 cycles. Yeah, let's use it. Okay. Let's finish this. It is done. And a random scrap. Nice. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little. Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself. She checks her tool belt. Seems like we are getting into a good rhythm. The now familiar sequence of plunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asks a confused-looking Moritz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He has clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. He runs a hand along the crate. The sycamore seed crew just brought them over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face, he adds, they were very thankful. I bet they were. She clenches a fist. What the hell is inside? Moritz leans over and struggles with the catches on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stands in space. Don't you dare say it. Say what? You know, she looks back at you. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free, and the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. As it does, a small brown lump flows up with it. Moritz reaches out and catches it as it passes him. Is that a mushroom? Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom. They fed us mushrooms. Not just mushrooms. He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamn Hymna commune. Should have known they didn't have a chit to run between them. She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. Those can be sold. Some, Bliss. Moritz grabs her hand. These are good. Fresh. We can sell them. To who, Moritz? We are running grocers now. We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She waggles them in Moritz's face. Moritz is right. I can use them.
I know a guy that probably would pay a pretty penny for them. I know another person who might be able to get us in contact with somebody that would pay quite a bit for them. And I can use them. Moritz is right. Bliss raises an eyebrow. Fine, maybe Moritz is right, but what do we do between now and market day? Shoves it for it. What a joke this place is turning out to be. Moritz closes the crates and starts moving them. Isn't that bad, Bliss? It's a step in the right direction. Glances at you, looking for backup. They sell well. They'll sell well. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went in business with a couple of wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away towards the new patch to get a terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Moritz mouths a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You'd better be on your way too. For the next one we are not going to get. Okay, so this is done. This is also not going to finish by the time that I am getting out of here. I wish I could tell them that I'm not going to be staying around for much longer. It seems like that's not going to happen. Got up a bit more scrap. Buy another stabilizer. Buy some scrap. Of course it's that. I actually don't mind, because that's money right there. I haven't needed a ship mine in a long while, so I'm probably going to just sell it. We can sell it for 150 cryo. Which allows me to buy a bit more scrap. Another shipmine fragment. Just my luck. Just my luck. Guess we can make a bit more money. Let's see how to go. Really? I only have 2. Technically, I could get 3 next cycle. Ah, great. What to do with this? I guess this. Get a bit more cryo then. Sleep. Sleep. Immediately fix this up.
Yep, one more. But if I'm not mistaken, we have this finished. So there's another one. Start this up. It's gonna take a few seconds though, right? Yep, gonna take 3. Which we don't have. Oh, it's the other guy agent. Ah. Always 2. And I get a 4. Just my luck. I guess I could get a bit more cryo. Okay. Not this. Yeah. Just. We are getting on board of that ship. It's happening. Just let me get some food. Lemon Mina. Lem, why do you look like that? There's a crowd, but you spot Lem and Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They are waiting at the cordon, where solid security are checking the crew in to board the ship. Those that manage to get up to the hub are crowded near the entrance, but even they know the chance on getting on board has long gone. Lem spots you moves the crowd. Sleeper, we are here. They are standing beside a bag which looks to carry all the possessions they have. It is small enough to be carried in one hand. Hi, Mina. Mina is vibrating with excitement. She seems strangely at home in microgravity, but then you remember that she has spent her whole life in space. Hi, robot. You hand over the seller's ID for a film to Lem, keeping your own. He turns it back and forth in delight. Where did your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? It looks like my old Conway ID. You look and a shimmering younger Lem stares out of the film, harder and clean cut. I spoke to the guard here. He nods to the white and green clad security officer. They'll be doing orientation and role assignment on board. Sounds like we are going to be working under the core crew. Kind of like an intern. He laughs. What do you think, Meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? Following Lem's lead, you inspect your ID. As you lift the film up to the light, you see something strange. Something that makes you flinch. The face printed on film is one you recognize immediately, but it is not you, at least. It is not how you look now. You squint at this ghost, confused why you hadn't noticed earlier.
It is a picture you remember being taken, a memory that you didn't know you had. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. You remember the S.T.A.L.K.E.R employee who helped you in, her smile clean and surgical. You freeze in place, thinking of the you that still sleeps somewhere in the S.T.A.L.K.E.R facility, that won't wake up until you are recovered and disposed of, and now you're leaving. Will they ever wake up? Sleeper, Lem interrupts your thoughts. These guys want us to board. You stare at him without thinking, then notice God gesturing to you both to come forward. You all kick off and float over to them, steadying yourself on the guardrail. You hang back, letting Lem present his ID film first. The guard slides it across a white machine, much like the one Caster printed them from. You reflexively rub the puncture mark on your hand, even though there is no trace of it now. It seems to be your destiny to be someone else's tool. Lem and Mina are waved through, the guard smiling at her excited face. Lem turns back to check you are coming. The guard beckons you closer. Board. You shake off your doubts and hand over your ID film. The guard barely looks at it as they pass you through the scanner and weigh you through. A new life built from old things. You okay? Lem asks, concerned as you catch up with them. You are so slow, robot. Mina teases, grabbing you with small hands. Just making sure. Lem nods and you realize how much harder it must have been for him to cross that threshold. Mina struggles in his arms, trying to get to you, and Lem relents, struggling with both the bag and his daughter. Mina tumbles through the microgravity and grabs onto your clothes for purchase, pulling herself into your arms. You all proceed to up the walkway, the entrance to the docking bridge yawning wide in above you. Are we family, robot? Mina asks as you move, taking you by surprise. Guess so. Mina smiles and presses her head against your chest, pleased by your answer. You keep moving up into the docking bridge, then along that thin glass weld connector, all the time Mina clutching onto you. The lack of gravity means you can't feel her weight, only the grip of her small hands on your clothes. You both stare wide-eyed at the vast hull of the sidereal horizon, and try to think of this huge machine as a home. Later, when you settle in your bunk, after Mina has finished running back and forth between you and Lem with an endless and infectious excitement, you find yourself looking at your ID film once more. Somehow, since the last time you looked at it, the image seems to have changed. It is still a picture of the old you, the person that signed up to have their consciousness copied and placed into the ownership of S.T.A.L.K.E.R, but something else has crept into the image, an underlying sense of self-identification. This is also a picture of you now. The you that survived the eye, that made friends here, that found a way out, that escaped against all odds. The other you might never wake up, they might never live again, but so be it. They consigned you to a doomed life with their own gain. Their life is yours now. You will live it better than they ever could. You lie back on your bunk as the thrust of the side reel's vast engines kick in. This feeling, this rumble, will be your constant companion for the next decades. It will be there when you work, when you watch Mina grow, when you dream of the planet at the end of the journey. It will stay with you when your body starts to fail, despite the best attempts of Lem and Mina, as the years stack up and it exceeds its safe operating period by a decade. It'll be the thing you wake up to in those rare moments of consciousness, between which Mina will keep you in a frozen state in the hope of preserving you until your destination is reached. It will still be there when Mina wakes you, tears in her eyes, to tell you of Lem's inevitable death, and it will not relent despite your desire for a moment of silence. It will be the final thing you hear as Mina shuts down all but the most vital of all your functions and hopes beyond hope that you make it to your final destination, all the while doubting that you will. But for now, in this moment of departure, it is still a new sound, a new feeling, and because of this, it is filled with the promise of the future. And so, you settle back on your bunk and close your eyes, and in moments you are sleeping a perfect, dreamless sleep, the most peaceful that you can ever remember. Leave the eye carried by someone else's dream, a long journey to a small unknown planet. A Jump Over the Age game. Created, designed, and written by Gerolith Damien Martin. Character art is Guillaume Singelin. Music and sound by Amos Rodi. Additional programming by Dan Collier and Chris Payne. Editorial support, Yusuf Ko. Published by Fellow Traveler. Only 17.2% of people decide to do this. The soundtrack was certainly beautiful. The times when I noticed it, then it was certainly beautiful. Jump Over the Age. Games by Gareth Damien Martin. Well. Okay, real quick, my thoughts on the game. I like it. I genuinely do like it. And I'm probably gonna play more of it on my own time. When I find the time for it, that is. Because, obviously, I haven't experienced everything. Like I started as a machinist, we can also still go as an operator. An operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned the operating work are usually cerebral and precise people. And I don't know how different this is, if it just makes you a different start. I think maybe it gives you a different start. Instead of being in the scrapyard, you awake somewhere else. It could be that. Maybe not, though. Same goes with Extractor. Like, I imagine the Extractor, for example, could start in the hub, while the operator could start, instead of the scrapyard, could probably start in whatchamacallit. Technically, you could say also the hub. Well, I would say it could be the hub, it could be the scrapyard, because the drones are basically useful anyway, right? But I don't think I'm going to do another playthrough on the stream. Like, maybe sometime later if people will really want it. Because right now it's really good for me to be doing these playthroughs of these types of games because people don't want to watch them. Either for the fear of being spoiled because they want to play them sometime themselves, or because of just not being interested in these types of games. So yeah, I like the game. The music is amazing, I have to say that, first and foremost. The art style I love as well. I love the details, and also how, you know, the characters aren't perfect. They have damage, they have marks, they have scuffles, and stuff like that. I like those things. I like the art style a lot. The dialogue has been relatively well written. I haven't seen any grammatical problems and stuff like that, which I sometimes still see in, like, for example, Skyrim. I encounter those things quite often. I think there were a few that I encountered in Dark Souls, the series. Just really well made game, good soundtrack. Yeah, it's good. I genuinely would say that it's good. It's probably not that good for a person like me, because I struggle with making decisions. Usually, like, you saw several times if you watched the last stream that I was like, do I want to take the gun or not? Do I want to keep the gun or do I want to give it back to him? You know, that type of stuff. Like, deciding. It's difficult for me to do.
Yeah, but it's interesting. It's really well written. I don't know what else. Like, if people want to, I will do another playthrough. Probably a playthrough of me. Whatchamacallit? Probably a playthrough of, either as an operator or as the extractor. But if I were to do the next playthrough, I would probably not be working on the sideline. Not sideline. Sideline? The ship that I used to get out. I probably wouldn't be working on that and focus up on the other things. Like, obviously, try to, as quickly as possible, get rid of my tracker. I would like to do that, then continue with the fungus, and if I go with operator, I probably would like to find out more about gardener and stuff like that. I think, at least. Well, yeah. So, I haven't decided yet if I'm going to play Chance of Sonar tomorrow, because that also feels like a game that people won't really want to watch. Let me check actually on Twitch if there are any people watching it. Chance of Sonar category. 36 live viewers. So there are a few people watching it. Not that much. I guess we will find out tomorrow if I'm going to be playing Chance of Sonar or S.T.A.L.K.E.R. I'm probably going to name the stream like what to play, Chance of Sonar or S.T.A.L.K.E.R. Let's decide, or something like that. Yeah. But I think I'm going to end it here. I have a few things that I need to do, and we finished the game with an ending. Technically, like, of course, we didn't finish anything. Like, we only have half the game is technically finished. We have a lot of things that we haven't done. 7 hidden achievements, then loot boxes. Steal 3 shipments just to see what's inside. Help a friend distill their future. Spirit, yeah. Stop the signal. Remote control. Grow your own. Become self-sufficient through botany. Story Eater. Trade food and stories with a local. Squatter's rights. Find a place and make it yours. I think we could have done that. But maybe down the line, if people will be interested in it, I would do another playthrough. And yeah, for now, that's going to be it. So, without much further ado, goodbye. Hope to see you next one. If you like the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe, or follow depending on where you are. And hope you have a great rest of your day. Ciao.